Hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday today, and welcome to my Sunday afternoon stream. I'll be playing a bit more Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, and we'll be doing more Deviants. I've said that to Tira that if she comes in, I'll be happy to help her out with some more low-level grinding. So if she comes in, that's what we'll be doing for a while at least. But before we do that, we'll be doing some grinding on our own. I do want to... No, it is definitely an Atoll card drop. A carve and back wound. Okay, so I wasn't wrong yesterday. It just didn't quite had the luck to get some. But we're already equipped for our first quest. It'll be a little bit of a longer one, but not terribly long. Yeah, the normal one ought to be fine. I'll need hot drinks. I'll need... Shall I call in the private? No, I'll have supplies. I'll have supplies for what I want to do, which is basically higher rank somewhere over here exactly. Let's put all but one back. And that should be going fine. So, we'll do Nukanlos. I'll be hoping for a gem, of course. There is always the risk we're not getting one. And I completely forgot to... Okay. Unintended challenge run today. And give me 1 sec, my nose is running off to Rome or something. So... Okay, that was pretty close. And due to circumstances, it's not going towards me. Maybe not, but that didn't. Come on. That is one large wyvern here. What do we have down here? Wyvern crystal. Okay. I really do need to keep an eye on my health at the moment. Okay, I'm not unhappy to get a bit more face manipulation in here. There is the tail. Oh, bloody hell. That was bad timing. I saw it coming and then I realized I was absolutely late. Yeah, and he doesn't like poi cure. I'm not exactly sure that's what you call it because it's not exactly a hand. Okay, far away. Probably going to beam us. No screen. Honestly, fair enough, I'll take it. Something cracked. Let's hope it was the shovel. Which indeed it was. Okay, that was unfortunately an absolute waste. Bloody hell. Of course, keeping in line with the other streams, this stream as well. In the first one, I do card. This one is slightly more embarrassing. On the other hand, it means I can bring more potions. But it means I do lose my attack bonus. Dang it. Okay, I'm pretty quickly back with the charge. That's at least something. No, no! Oh, bloody hell. Jump down the bloody ledge. And then Ukanos decides that jumping is the best. Okay, that little slime did worry me for a second. But it's all good. Broken, very nice. Up. I did not expect him to emerge over there. Yeah, that's another card. Bloody hell. I've underestimated him. Okay. I have one more chance. I'd seriously thought I'd be done by now. Which I may be had I played a bit more seriously. Come on. There we go. Where is he? Okay, I'd only have to stretch this over the entire fight, and it'd been a lot nicer. Well, it's not too bad. I managed. That's the important bit, even though I carted twice. Well, punishment for hubris. And that is what I do enjoy about the older Monster Hunter so much. You get out of line, the game will tell you you are out of line. So, with all the issues here, I'm pretty certain that we won't have the luxury of a Nukan Lost Gem. But I'd be happy to be proven wrong. Don't dislike showing me. I do quickly want to disappear. There's some bad itching, and you don't need to see anything and everything. Okay, there doesn't look to be a gem there. A wyvern stone, sure, some other stuff. I am trying as fast as possible so I can be back as fast as possible. There we are. And of course you might be thinking, what the hell was all of that for? Well, take it. I did have something I did want or needed to do in order to be able to enjoy the, well, coming up to 4.5 more hours of stream. Having itchy ears is not something that would make for a comfortable stream, and since I can do something against them, I mean, why not do so? Okay, that was unsuccessfully put up with. Where are we? There is our table. So, Stonefist, Dread Queen, Silverwind. Let us take part in this oh so joyous crabby occasion. How are you looking for your extended tasks? Bloody hell, yeah, okay. That is 190 exact. The rest gets sold. Request a trade. Natalie. Please bring in honey. And that also ought to mean that the melding pot is done. So we're starting out with fabled talismans. Ooh, I can do a lot more here. That is not going to be working out. No, registered was absolutely correct. I mean, would you look at this? Not even going through the, not even going through anything. Okay, I will make sure I had not gotten lucky during the cards. No, I had not. Which very much basically means that I'll be needing to sit down, use a voucher. Well, water resistance is not the worst that I could have here. Neither is black belt, pyro. Pyro, it needn't be. But I said stone fist, I said level 5. Let me just check that. Yes, 5 indeed. Oh, probably going to be somewhere either temperate or warm. Temperate it is. Be on your guard. With what I'm seeing, I do not need to take care of... No, okay, I do need to take care of both crabbies. Must have been that for level 4 it wasn't a double quest, and now it is a double slaying quest. Well, guess I'll deal with both. Guess I'll deal with both. That is big crab. A big crab is already very, very kind here. Sploosh. I mean, with how thick the chitin is, that should not have hurt. Yeah, you crab walk. I don't care, I have an entrance. Oh, bloody hell. Well, I'm not going to do anything. There is unfortunately an ad coming in soon. So thank you all very much for watching and for your patience with it. Yeah, the little crab here. Not doing well. That decision came on the late end, my dear crab. And since it was late, it was not very useful. Well... I dislike the bounce. That is something... I dislike it, but it's important that I dislike it. Okay, very nice. Okay, fair enough. I'm not too unhappy with him hiding there. I did forget the sonic bombs. I could have done a little bit more there, but... Okay, that was surprising. Okay. The crab is going okay. Probably always wish you could be doing better. Let's see, maybe he'll come over to me. Okay, that's the biggest part broken out, as it should be. I did want to avoid that, but unfortunately that was not avoidable with what I did beforehand. Okay, this crack goes into the face. And he bravely crapped away. Okay, here we go. I'm currently alone. Well, not quite alone. You have you with... you are there, chat, but you're not with me on the quest. We seriously ran away from this. Well, yes, from this, but for this. He did not have a lot of pucker left, which is a bit unfortunate. Okay, that was a lot of fun. Now let's see. Table. Stone Fist, Hammer, and Lance are next on the menu. Click, 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 click. Some charms, some other stuff. Yeah, currently I have a need for nothing. The music is good as well. There is a lot of value in great music for a game. And that doesn't always mean action-packed music, but it's also very important to have slow and calm music. Just like this. Could fall asleep to, and already have Geode Hammer, Nightfall Hammer, Pincher Hammer, sorry. Pincher. Nothing really sounds correct. Pincher. As in to pinch. Yeah, I think that works. Now I just need to not shut out when I hear it. Okay. That is one more down. Dieses war der erste Streich. Und der zweite folgte sogleich. Probably will get more than 10, so at one point it'll have to repeat. No, she doesn't offer anything here. I do not mind insurance, but I also don't need to bring it. The idea is not to need it. Take time selecting a quest. Let's bring 4 antidotes, 5 flash bombs. Should I order Provision Division? I'll order Provision Division. 600 points, so it's very okay. Let Rathalos be straight up the side of the hill here. But seriously, look at this environment. May not be as detailed, but bloody hell is it nicer? Look at this. You see the hills are rolling on over the horizon. Well, you don't see them because there's hills in the way, but you can imagine. Okay, that was absolutely unplanned. Not a chance. Imperfect. Okay, that's the tail. Okay, compared to normal, Rathalos is getting hammered. But normally I am fighting Dread King. I haven't fought normal Rathalos for a while. I'm not even sure the game has Azure Rathalos. Can you not do this? Yes, I'll be the first to tell you that I did try to carve a tail. Tail, here we are. I'll be coming back to Arathian later. I do want to enjoy that. So first, no distractions. And this is the distraction. Oh, of course, that pushed me off. Okay, I'm happy for that last swing. Let's hope that the prey here are not going to be annoying. So far, so good. There we are. Rathian, I'm not sure what she's up to. Okay, as of now, she hasn't realized anything. And she probably won't be realizing anything, because soon she'll be joining her partner again. And these are two monsters. When they are together on the map, it is very likely we have a breeding pair. Or at least something that could become or so a breeding pair. And with the stronger ones, pretty sure okay, unfortunate. I do think I want to have an antidote, and I do want to heal that up. That looks nasty for any following hit. You'll lose a lot of life. Okay, that was a crack, not on the tail. No, the tail did crack. Not sure whether that was a tail reaction. But Miss Wyvern has had enough. And that was it. Whetstones, that's what I was looking for. I don't think she needs a nap, but maybe she needs a comfort blanket. Maybe that's the issue. They don't have comfort blankets and thus they are stressed and aggressive all the time. Well, I'll leave that to the boffins. Okay, tail. Munch, 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 munch. Attack! In this case, but oh well. Supplies have arrived. I don't think I wouldn't mind some supplies, but I'm stuck here. I don't have a teleporter to go fetch them. Even if I did, I don't have a teleporter back to Rathian. So a stake is a much quicker variant. I've brought some along with me. I have dozens of these. Well, ranged weapons do have quite a nice advantage over melee weapons, in that you can have them go a further distance, and thus it's much easier to hit flying objects. Pretty sure I know where this is going. It's another scale. In these cases, I would have been hoping for tears. Okay, that was a miss. Okay. Pretty good. While pretty good is not perfect. Perfect, unfortunately, is not for mortals. Nor, well, immortals maybe at one point, but I don't think we can become as long-lived as people would hope. Let's leave immortality aside, which is a load of bollocks. Might be nice to be alive for like a few thousand years, but at one point, or what new is there? Although I might be one of those people who says, like, well, I still have this to do. Still can enjoy this. But then again, let's say 10,000 years. That's a very long time. And we are simply not made to live that long. Not just in our bodies are going to die way before that, but even if we could stop that, I do not think that would be... I think that would lead, especially over time, to issues that maybe just are better avoided. Five and 5. Um... Well, we still have to screw over a few. Let's do something else then. Let's have a look at my equipment. Probably at the smithy would be better. Gold Rathian Sur Spike, Hyper Rathalos, Hyper Rathian. A Conquest Sphere would be very nice to have at the moment. Silver Rathalos Shard. Le Decalogue. 28 is quite a bit less. But the sharpness is there. A little bit more there. It won't be as easy as, oh, this is missing. Well, here we are. Those two are missing. Let's have a look at the village, respectively, at the guild. What am I still missing, especially maybe in the event category? I do understand that I'm still missing rather a little, a few items over there. So if I don't see anything here, oh, Step forth. It would need to play this song as well. Trial at the Pinnacle. On the way I have to sit down for that. Seat of a God, King of Hellfire. Not too bad, but also not exactly what I'm looking for. Lucky Stepper Cat. Capture Seregios. Clean village, the tourney. That's Quam. 23,000. What was it here? Well, I am missing. I am missing something. Okay, I have a little bit of a thought right now. That is two. So you would be 344, 10%. Let me have a look. So that would be... Give me a calculator. Please be on screen. 290 times 0.25. Okay, come on. 26.25 plus... So 316. Whereas this one would be... times 0.10 times 0.5. About the same-ish, with a little bit more fire. Okay. Doesn't really matter all that much. This one still has has a little bit more sharpness. Order meal. Well, kickboxer is more than good enough. Higher rank, event quest. The White God returns. I'll be taking 2. I do know that that is not enough, but I'll be getting supplies, so with those supplies, it'll be very much sufficient. Should have had a drink first. But now we are prepared. Here we go. If I keep this up, it's going to be looking very nice. And there is stop the upkeep. What do we have here? This is going to be a little bit more expensive, but it's only first aid, so okay. Time to heal up again. I could have... that was a mistake. Tail. Tail removal has been successful. If you do this immediately, yes, you do have a good chance. To get away with it. Okay, this one goes a lot better. Let him go into the far, far corner. I have received a tail. That had to be Slash. Okay. Some more catching again. And now I am ready to eat a ration. Didn't expect it to be that far up. No chance. Bloody hell. Okay. Let's focus a little bit more. Yeah. So much nicer once you warmed up. No idea where my health went. And I was just talking about being warmed up and then I do crap like this, which could cost me a card. Which absolutely could cost me a card. The screams hurt. Oh no. I'm taking some damage, but overall it's not too bad. How much earlier would that have needed to happen? He is very jumpy. But I mean that he currently jumps around, likes to jump around a lot. Okay, wrong direction. Where are you going to appear? Okay, of course I'm getting caught by those charges. You're jumping back down and jumping quite far. If you had jumped like just a little bit there, ouch. Let's have a mega potion as well. It seems like that would be the prudent thing to do. That means that I'll be living longer. Okay, no, I'll call foul there. There's the point where hitboxes are insufficiently credible. Where is the whetstone? Okay, I have enough time. Let's hope we can land on the other side this time. He's going to go up. Okay, that one also has cracked already, not at the bottom. Cracked is cracked. Okay. Much better. Let's see if there are any special event rewards. And toy, I want... No, actually, absolutely don't want the gem anymore. I'll be very disappointed if I get it now. You already teased me once, you're not going to tease me twice, don't give it to me. No gem. I want to be right. I want to predict correctly. That's a gem. That's a gem. I lost this bet. Can't say I'm unhappy that I'll be able to improve the longsword, but I did lose. No, this way. I am missing a strong fin. But one level up is one level up. So, let's come back to the deviants. Let's come back to the deviants chat. Which one shall we be doing? Crystal Blade, Deadeye, and Hellblade are all weak against water. Silverwind and Thunderlord are weak against thunder. So let's make it 3 and 3. The 3 water ones. And then the 3 other ones. Not much of anything, not much of an issue. We'll be starting out with Uragan. That is Silverwind. Crystal... Oh. Thunderlord and Red King. Okay. Confusion has been lifted. And with that lift of the confusion, I'll be ready to go. Ready to put up with a lot more. We'll be hard ignoring Rathalos. In and as so far, both it and Uragan cooperate with me. As long as they do, we do not need to have a second victim here, Uragan will be sufficient to slate my bloodlust. Although that's a joke. I'm not and here he goes into roly-poly mode. Do not threaten me with an exit. Okay, he's moving on. Raphalos is not at that location at the moment. So he can't be made responsible for the murder. Of course, his angry You did not hit me with that. Let's see if I can mount him. Can't say it was terribly bad, but I was expecting to be able to mount him. Is that a pitfall trap? Or is that the bomb? We're doing roll. Okay, who got the... Did anyone get the dung bomb? Uncertain. But Uragan does not want to have a double fight. So I'll take his generosity, ignore Rathalos. Finally, that took a while. And it seems that he has recovered. And that is a pitfall trap. Okay. I misread the color there, but that doesn't matter all that much because it's not placed in a great spot. Kitty is from time to time a bit hectic on placing. He doesn't exactly think about a good spot to do so. A shock trap, I'm pretty sure. Well... let's bring these along. Let's hope that Rathalos is still in the upper parts of the volcano. See, that was the right direction, but... okay. Well, it is unfortunate that Rathalos is visited. Okay, what is Rathalos doing? I don't see him at the moment. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. And I'm not unhappy about it, I have to say. Luckily this isn't cold stake since, well, bloop. I only need to put it into the lava very quickly and it'll develop a very nice crust. Can I be lucky? Hey! Last time it didn't work out so well. But last time I'm also referring to Glavenos. I also wanted his tail very quite badly, and it's actually not really a fair comparison. Glavenos does want to hold on to his tail a lot harsher. A lot harsher? A lot more. Whatever way around, yeah. He's a lot more attached to his tail. On one hand I can understand it, on the other hand he's constantly rubbing and scraping and sliding it over the ground. And I can't imagine that all the ground is made out of whetstone, so... Also probably not a good idea if you want to keep your blade razor sharp. Which on Hellblade's side his is rather explosive, his tail. So more like a sword where somebody has scattered gunpowder all over and has a lighter to set it all off in one go. Water number 1 is down, or the deviant to which I will be bringing the water element. The first one is now down. Let's have a quick look. That is hammer. Very nice. After hammer comes hunting horn. Stone. Next one will be either Deadeye or Hellblade. I've just talked smack about Hellblade, so let's prove to him that we're not just talking smack, we also know how to dish it out. Let's hope we don't have to take it as well. Do I want to bring Weakener without anything else? Nah. Okay. From here, we'll be taking the quickest path up to the caldera. See all these lava bridges? If you see something like that in real life, don't walk on it. Don't. They can be quite unstable and break as you are transferring your weight onto them. And then at least you'll be stepping into hot lava. But your body reflexively trying to pull you out is going to probably break the stuff around you as well. And it has already not ended very well, so no walking near volcanoes like this. The heat alone will be unbearable and harmful after seconds. Of course. Not what I wanted to do. Okay, okay. Tum, tum, tum. slight off. Could have waited a fraction, or would have needed to wait a fraction of a second longer there. Okay, move on. By Glavenus here. He is already a little bit on the angry side, and that was an IO prey. Okay, that is a bit on the unfortunate side. Hellblade powder, Hellblade, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Although the game has been super nice to go against its desire sensor there. I don't think this is a bad idea to pull the fight away from that wall a little bit. More towards the center. Okay, not doing too badly. Okay, that was good. He moves back up to the caldera. That's a wyvern here. Again, under normal circumstances, that would be a very nice drop, but in this case, unfortunately, I have need of more powder. Powder left and right not dropping means I'm not making weapons left and right not ready. Nice. I think that is the best I can hope for. Nice. Hit or two more onto tail. And down he is. This was a very nice run. Really enjoyable. Very good timing as well, because we're getting ads. A Glavenus tail. I would have wished for a Hellblade. That would have been hell of a cool name as well for its tail. Two tickets as well. Very nice. Okay, let's have a look. That would be hammer. Carapace. I am also missing carapaces. All of these missing carapaces. I needed the powder for the armor. Okay. That was Hellblade. Now comes Deadeye, and then we'll be going over to something completely different. And actually, let's make it a completely different monster. We've been hunting a lot of wyverns and semi-wyverns and all of those. So in a way, let's now ensure something, or after this, let's ensure something else happens. That is a singular Deadeye. Let's hope he doesn't run to Mama again. But even then, I don't think he's going to be posing that much of an issue. Worst case, we need to kill Mama first. Entrances. Aren't I right? Entrances. They're so necessary and they can be so annoying. Okay, that was a good crack. Not that it was a bad fight, but... It did have an issue. Anybody decently astute has seen it. Finally. But you need to be patient with him in the beginning. Well, you need to be patient with him all the time. Okay. Rathian has landed. Okay. What are you going to do? Thank you very, very much, kid. Okay, the kerfuffle is over. I need to concentrate slightly less. Doesn't mean that I'm scot-free. Okay, I'm surprised to see Rathian here. Hello, Tara. Hello, welcome. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. I'm happy that you seemingly slept well and you don't have any brain fog at the moment. Okay, which way are you going? This way? Wrong, that way. Yep. Yeah, the lower one. No, this is the wrong place. This is not where I thought we would be going. It doesn't matter. We'll be alone, at least for a few seconds, until Arfin decided to come check again. And then afterwards, I'll be ready and able to help you out to do some more of your low-level save stuff. Well, who knew that stabbing the air could also kill a monster? Okay. Shiny is here, let it be a tier. Good enough. There are some insects about here. Maybe I can find some more that are prized by collectors willing to give me academy points for them. So far, there is one. Rathin is absolutely not amused. I heard her roaring in the distance. One, which is better than none. Very nice. From everything that I understood, we probably have to open the Academy hub, don't we? Upgrade. Still want to upgrade. Let's have a look. Deadeye. Hunting horn. I mean, I have. So that is 6. Why didn't I do that with a hammer? Missing dead-eye carapaces. Missing another carapace there. What about the... missing carapaces? Missing more carapace. Okay. Let's hope that I can... Okay, this is Dead-Eye Scales. You want to get Risetti? That is absolutely fair. Don't worry about it. So this armor piece went up to 6. But Hunter rank 4, I absolutely do need to go over. So let me open the hub. Luckily I can do travel and opening at the same time. Or Academy hub. Very nice. 22, 25. Let me pin that. Seven 6 71, 7 5 91 91. $22 25. There is one slight blemish on the hub. And that is that it's not music customizable, unfortunately. Welcome in. There we are. So, fortunately, some work ahead of us. No, that came out wrong. When you said you wanted to push to Hunter rank 4, I thought you could be a bit, it'll be level a little bit higher already. It doesn't matter how much work there is, there's always a grind on, so we'll do it. But I was hoping you could achieve your goal a little bit faster than you actually can. I'll take the rations, especially with the fact that I haven't gone out to eat. Let's drink our rations. Okay, random loss. Oh, bloody hell. He is in no second that he wants to stay standing. Thank you. I have the shiny still there. No, it is still there. Okay. Of course, of course. The second I want to go pick it up, it decides to disappear. I'll be eating this time. I prefer having more stamina. I really need to go ahead and do a bit of a screenshot compilation for the landscapes about the hubs and also on the maps. Is there less? Is there less vistas like this? Or the jungle from the top of the area at the camp, or the westward run, the eastward run of hills and forests, which have quite nice vistas in this game. I think I can also, well, comparing the jungle directly is a possibility, so. But I also ought to finish a few of the videos I'm recording, and I'm prepping, and I'm thinking about it, and it's not the quickest. Yeah, let's take your ticket here. Not that I really need much attention. So some nice detail about the hub pair. That they were really good hunters and then became a little bit mischievous. That is fair. I'll be waiting. There's not much I can do from here for myself. Which is fine. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay, no idea. I just realized it's on the Jurassic Frontier. Let's see. Okay, Mr. Flashbang. Nice. There we are. Didn't manage to get off a single flashbang. No, he managed to get off one. After which I managed to crash his nose. It was my first charge. How can I forget? Thank you. And with that, everybody ought to be fully healed. And this time I did not pay enough attention. Oh, well, I'll definitely have to clean out the box a few more times before the heat death of the universe, so it ought not matter all that much. Dragon. Ooh, ultra lucky cat. Twice without strings attached. 3 times without strings attached. I think somebody's trying to tell me something here. Not exactly what I wanted, but it doesn't matter all that much. And I did forget to clean out my items. With that direction, I'd be guessing Kutku. Kutku means we want to break the ears. Oh, that was, well, unfortunate. Okay. Although you do not need neither ear nor beaks if you are doing another purely Prowler save file here on this one. Yeah, why am I trying to pick up honey? I have more than enough honey with me. Okay, some more ears. I'm not sure if they're still needed for the Psychovision jewels. I remember a time where we wouldn't go out without Psychovision. That's been a long, long time ago. Do we have anything else? There's another Ultra Lucky without strings attached. On the other hand, I don't really need to bring that, and weaken is also not something I really can and ought to bring. There we go. We'll be going to enjoy a little bit of rabbit. I will need some hot drinks. The strong wind and mist up here is it's quite nice, but probably stems from technical limitations. Although no, they could have done the same as they did in. And there is other mountains and so about. Are we going the wrong direction? Yes. Yeah, right. Lagombi is indeed up at the summit here. Nice. Those are very much cut off ears. Okay, that was slight overkill. Well, you did not complain, so... And luckily you're not at risk of destroying anything when you do a massive overkill. Else, I'd reasonably have to say that what I did was not very nice. But I haven't encountered anything like that yet. On the contrary, it's more that the more damage you do, the more you destroy, the more drops you will get. So, going overboard is practically suggested. Well, Insomniac it is. Let us ensure that no superfluous items are being taken. Okay, that one is going to be a bit harder to get everything. So tail, sponge, head. I don't think to remember that you have a risk to break its front claws, so that actually should just be working out fine. That's the tail. Okay, that should have been the head, and that's the sponge. Now is an unfortunate pinata. Actually, a lot of monsters become piñatas here. You hit them hard enough and material comes flying out. Okay, where is... Didn't he drop a shiny? He did. I was looking in the wrong direction. Nice. Can I get some select or choice mushrooms? Well, unique. That's good enough. Telling me also that select and choice are high and G rank respectively, even though I might have the order wrong now. Use voucher. Doesn't really matter all too much. Well, it looks like whomever posted that quest has a tenant who is not very good to, well, the environment, the apartment, or the neighbors. One of these is probably true. Yeah, we can go. I'll do this during the load. There we are. That is not a bad idea. Please stay warm. I've already been a bit sick last week, and I do not want to repeat that. So, time to teach a monkey a lesson. We really need to break the fangs. That is something useful. Okay, not my hit, but he did fall over. Okay, something broke. Can I... What do we have? I'm not able to charge my Sakura Slash. Unfortunately. Didn't we damage it enough? Or is it indeed still only susceptible to breakage when being hit by the correct element? I don't think it's the latter. Quite seriously, don't think it's the latter. Blunt damage, okay. But I do know that you can also break the fangs with the sword. I've done it before. On to rank 2. Congrats. Yeah. I've been doing a few quests. Only 2 others are visible on that scale. Monster list. Let's have a look. Thunderbugs. Haven't seen them free flying for a while. How many Piscine Wyvern do we have with wilds? Still only about 5, I want to say. Capture Nargacuga. Sorry, I'm going to switch the weapon out for that. Although no, it should be fine. It should be fine. Let's give it a go. If I waste the monster, I'll be switching the weapon to something less straightforward deadly. I need to keep a very close eye on it, but I can see when it's catchable. Stomp, 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 stomp. If you want something shiny, you kleptomaniacs, hit the gargoyles. They can lay a golden egg. Okay, that was not... Well, not a hit is rather easy. Of course I'm getting tail slammed. That must have been a broken lunge. It's not yet capturable. Boing. Okay. We can capture him. Oh, bloody hell, he's running away. Okay, doesn't matter. I have another trap. Up here. There we are. A successful capture, and I didn't go too ham and killed it. Didn't get the tail, but with him that's always a bit of a gamble. Let's look through here a little bit more. Up to north. Okay. I think it's pretty clear that I have one of the two that I dislike more. Desert Gourmand. Seriously, it's more like I'm going to eat the soul, sand and bones and everything included. Pretty sure Nibblesnuff would eat the plate, would he be given a chance. He is, I think, the only one with the type because he's... Is it Gobul? If I'm correct with the names, Gobul is a purely underwater monster out of 3U. IMRC. Yes. In a way, spoilers. Although they're a lot less relevant here. That was for Friday. For the Friday stream, and I have forgotten to remove them, or remove the tag for them. But hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. I am Rice. Rice? Is that correct? Okay, he noticed us. There he comes out. No, okay. Nice. And welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday, as I said. And I hope that you will be enjoying the stream as well. Okay, let's concentrate. I'm not hitting much at the moment. There we go. Let's see if I can cut this off. And then at one point I'll try to finish the thought I had. But he is the only one of these, I call them flounder types, that has remained viable since 3U. Okay, let's see. Okay, he's unfortunately moving out. You can't cut Nibble's tail. I thought you could. Fair enough. Might have been a brain bug I had here. Claws, throat and gills, yes. Okay, you do have a break, so there was something on the tail. But yeah, he's basically the only remaining one. There was Gobble in 3U as well. It's sad, but we're never going to get some of those back. Why they're not bringing back the alternative to Kezu, I am unaware of. Maybe he was a step too far for most people. Gigi Nox, that was the name. That was the name indeed. Yeah. In a way, I think he is the much more meme-worthy one. The other one looks a lot more animalistic. Although I'm not sure that is the correct word to use. But he looks like a bandworm, and that might be why people prefer Kezu. But it has never only been a popularity contest, or maybe it's only a Japanese popularity contest and we never had a chance to participate, but they've already brought some monsters back that were not necessarily fan favorites. Angry Chair, hello, welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Hello, welcome in. It is very much appreciated. I hope you're going to enjoy stream. Hello. Thank you for the shout out, by the way, Chair. Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. Raven as well. Hello, welcome in. I hope that you two are having a great day, a great Sunday. Lobster Women, Kezu. I see. I think I only killed more Benahabra because they're more common on the maps, on most of the maps in this game than a Vespoid. And I really need to sit down and capture a few more things. Chephadrome so far, like all of the Piscenes, only hunted, never caught. And that would be a rather easy medal to still get in. I did catch a Geodrome at least. Although that might be mandatory at one point. That there is a quest where you have to capture them. Malfestio is one of those I somewhat wish they would have brought back in later games as well. I'm sure he'd still look amazing. And in my opinion, his special status affliction is not a very big threat to anyone. Yeah, in a way, yes. You would have expected to see him in a way. Najarala. They already had 2 owls. Oh, okay. Yeah, but those are basically animals. They are not in any way, shape, or form really something you're going to go hunt for. So having a big one, I don't think would have been a big issue. Absolutely, yeah. We didn't even get a skin. Well, on the other hand, they decided not to put him in at all, so maybe they didn't want to remind people about him. Because people would have definitely complained if they had been the skin for the Kuhoot, but not Malfestia themselves. Okay. In a way, no matter how you do it, nobody will ever be 100% happy. And people tend to be a bit more angry when you give them the thought that they maybe could have had more. It would have fit very, very well, yes. Make him fly above the cathedral when you're fighting Malzeno, or Primal Malzeno especially. Something like that. You could have had a lot of... You would have had a lot of opportunity for both some seriousness and fun with him. Then again, with the direction World and Wilds are going in, fun and silliness seems to be less high on the order of the day for the Monster Hunter games. Which is unfortunate. I want my... Well, I'm not... Let me have a quick look. Did I make it already, and did I upgrade it already? Okay, I do need the... Oh, I can take this one. I'll be going with Adept, but I do want an art here. So they don't need necessarily give me back my ham, but maybe give me back the fist. And these are such small touches, but they make they break the seriousness of the situation a little bit and make it a lot more yeah, fun. Having some things where you're going to be scratching your head and be like, what is this all about? And this looks a little bit weird. I think is very appreciated. Need to go get to the point I can make them. I haven't seen them yet. Yeah. The next big update should be next week, if I have that all correct. Okay. I'll have a look at them then. Well, if they fixed a lot of the technical issues, I'll have a look at it. Fair enough. I am ready and I should be on standby. Yeah, exit standby. Okay, that is funny again. It's a bit unfortunate that they cut this kind of fun weapons out. Okay. I'll be needing to fight Garuga. Let's see if I can hit anything with the big fist. For this would be my 11th time using the hammer here. It is why I'm making all of the deviant weapons, to get more into a to practice more with the other weapons, basically. But since I am helping out Tira here at the moment, and yeah, I do feel quite rapidly. Okay, this is not my main strength. Once I manage to stun him, I'll be happy. But I don't seem to be able to hit the head very well. Yeah. Come on, let me... Come on. Bloody hell, I really wanted to knock him out at least. Doesn't seem like I'll be that lucky. For a little bit of luck is absolutely needed. I am provably at the moment not decent enough to really do it on a skill basis. Unfortunately, sorry, this was a lot longer than it needed to be. And we were missing out on the tail because I was unable quite entirely to really cut it. Okay, you need to stand in order to do that. To go from having the hammer holstered on your back to immediately charging, it seems you need to be standing. Okay, let's bring some of the sillier longswords to make the point. At least with those, I'll definitely feel like I'm contributing better. Equipment sets, there we are. Yeah, it's probably a bit on the larger side to still be called a longsword. Okay, I do know what this is about. It seems that Her Highness has done the one or the other backflip too many already. Okay. I hope that green is enough to get through most parts. I start to feel annoyed when if I bounce too much. But then again, with this weapon, I think I should be clear that I am going to bounce. Okay, I thought Rathian would be over here, or does she start in the same position as Golden? Looks like it. Wrong assumption from my part. Yeah, absolutely hear her roar from behind the waterfall. Okay, let's start out with this bloody tail. Okay. Okay. This went a lot smoother than my hammer experience. I really ought to practice that solo quite a bit more. And I did find an egg here. Oh no, I dropped it. Unfortunate. And another hunter rank. It's been going very steadily, especially since I did take the decision to grind for all of those deviants. Okay, I have an idea for another longsword that is on the sillier side. Here, no, that's not it. Oh, we have something here. This is also another longsword that immediately screams, I'm doing a lot of damage. Maybe not even I make sense to be brought along. But I'm very happy for it to be here. And this levity that had been in the older games, I am unfortunately missing. The Casey, that is the other funny one. In Wilds or in GU, do you mean? Oh, the core scythe, yes. I know what you mean. It has a bit of a... No, it is funny from it being a beaker and everything, but it is also very handy. Unlike the ham and the fists, which the fists actually should be very, very handy, they have quite... they also have a bit of more meme-worthy sharpness distributions and attacks by that. Somebody's been turned around. I wasn't aware that you'd even be writing backwards. I really understand that. It is... How shall I put it? As soon as you start introducing words that it doesn't recognize, but are similar enough for its criteria to be a typo, and then immediately starts to correct everything. And very often, even if the word does exist, it unfortunately goes like, no, you can't have meant that. Okay, 2 more breaks. A bit more to break the nice crown here. There we go. I mean, are you sure you want to stand around for several seconds while trying to hypnotize us? Okay, and then I go flying in the background. Okay, can I collect a few more Academy points? Well, you here seem to have forged yourself. Let's see. Yeah. I am quite of the... This might be a little bit weird. I do not think that autocorrect is great. Especially for younger generations, it seems that they, because they have autocorrect, they do not want to why they have a lot more of the why do I need to learn to write correctly if I have autocorrect, which is unfortunate. Yeah, okay, yeah, we also had that we had 3 of them jumping back when we killed them. Well, probably you with a boomerang more than me. I was stabbing air all 3 times. Or at least it felt like I was stabbing air. Okay, give me a second. I do want to switch out because there are more on the funny side. There we are. No, that's also not what I was looking for. Well, let's take this one. It's going to do a lot less damage. But I can bring it. And I don't blame if most people think this thing is completely useless. I disagree. It is a nice rusted ornament. And I forgot again to make myself ready. I thought I had Astalos. It should not take too long, but I'll be bringing the whetstones. I am already sure that I will have to do a lot of sharpening. Hello. That is already the first degree of sharpness lost. Okay, I'm dropping back to green again. Must have gotten another sharpness increase as I was sheathing. Okay. I think I'd better sharpen. Maybe just keeping at it would have been the better one. But it's not going to add too much here. Maybe it's going to add a tail cut if I'm careful enough, or we're careful enough. And that broke our streak of jumping back while dying. That is fine though. He is down and out for the count, and maybe the next monster will want to continue it. And some scissoring tail action. Okay. Still haven't found the one I was hoping to showcase. The longsword I was hoping to showcase. Let's make more complete sentences. Those tend to be more easily understandable. Now I'm going to visit the smithy. There it is. I mean, multi-tools and all is very important, but do you really need this precision tool to holster? No, you're taking it off in one piece, if I remember correctly. It's not like there's a sword sheathed in there. You hit it with the instrument, which is usually not very good for precision instruments. Oh, I understand. That is fine. Do take a nap if you do need it. In which case, unless there are other people who want to join me in... Yeah, that's the menu. There it is, hub settings. Oh, account. And that's the one change I cannot do. Then I have to dissolve this hub anyway. So yeah, there is a selection of nice, interesting weapons about. Well, funny more than... funny and silly more than genuinely... Oh, there are some that look cool and all, but none... Few that really tell a big story in and of themselves. So if you want to join, let me know. I'll be opening another hub. If not, I'll be checking my list and going on from there. So yeah, I have two more on the current standing where I have that have a thunder weakness, namely Silverwind and Grimclaw. So I'll be going for those two. I have eaten. Let's start out with Silverwind. Hopefully we'll be able to get around Volvodon again. Last time he was very nice and did not interrupt our kerfuffle. Okay, and while we'll be passing by the cave opening, I don't need to worry too much. He'll be required to move about a while before he comes to annoy us. He'll have at least one more pit stop. Okay, he did not enjoy that one. Okay, that was a big hit. Okay. That took quite a while to be back rid of. Usually I manage to go the entire quest without even once being scratched so hard that I'll start bleeding. Okay, that's a placed mine. That's at least a tail cracked. Maybe I can cut it this time. Usually not going too hard for tail cuts, and if I do get it, then I afterwards have to remember I also want the head break. Volvodon! Come on, stop it. Okay, that's the eye. Oh, we have a shock trap here. Maybe we can get him in. We can get Nargacuga in here and then cut off the tail. Not sure though if he's going to take the bait. Well, he has. That's very I'm happy to see that. Is this enough? That was insufficient. Okay, he's moving on upwards, which I'm pretty happy about. I don't think Volvodon is going to climb up, and the long way around for him is the long way around. And then 30 seconds later, look at me being wrong, here comes Volvodon. Hey, there is a tail. Cut. And of course the entrance just swallows me and spits me out elsewhere. Okay, but with this... should be good on my way to defeat him. Okay, didn't think that would be possible when Nargatuga is angry. I thought he'd be jumping straight out of a pitfall trap again. Or is the other way about? He folds in when he's angry? No, usually not. Usually not, if I do remember this correctly. Let us carve the tail as well. A nice marrow. I've broken that, that's everything broken. Even has the scar in the face. In their face is blah. Yeah, face scar is also present. Okay, let's have a quick look on the list here. That would be hunting horn next. Nightfall horn, and there we are. And then lance. Indeed. Gale Stinger, there we are. Okay. The next one with the appropriate weakness is Grimclaw. So let's go enjoy him a little bit more as well. Grand Ray Serio. Yes, purple weapons. But welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Hello, welcome in. I hope you're going to be enjoying the stream. I am, for quite a while now, very much focused on having weapons that are as sharp as possible. That's what I wanted to do. Grimclaw is not going to be posing any elemental risks. He'll just try to blow you up. Congrats on removing one more Lagiacros from being an annoying twat. Some of them are. I'll need to have a look at the list. But I do. This is, yeah. It's only Grimclaw Iodrome is. I want to say yes. He was always annoying. Okay. Maybe I should stop this. The second time he's blown me up. Let's return some of the damage here. The least annoying Lagiacrus might have ever been, could actually be in its origin game in 3.3U. My first guess would be that he wasn't weakened enough yet. There is a pretty strict criteria when you can't capture them, and you do need to weaken them quite significantly. But there might have been something completely different as well. I am not... Despite having the skill, I'm not a capture guru. I'm just renting that skill out on my talisman. Blah. Getting poisoned by Iodrome, and then trying to play with Tigrex. Okay, so if you're talking about capturing, like him falling into the trap in the first place, that might have been a simple geometry issue. There are some places where the geometry does make it quite a bit harder for a monster to fall into the trap. I should not run into a charging Tigrex. Tried a few times right now and it doesn't turn out too well. But at least Lagiacrus is not one of those monsters that is immune to one or the other weapon trap type. We're talking about traps, not weapons. Yes. I would not try to catch Zinaga with a shock trap. You'll just charge him up immediately. Yangaruga and Nargacuga can jump over pitfall traps. What else do we have? So yeah, there are a few where one or the other trap type doesn't work. Rajang is one of those where it is even changing over the hunt. I think if he must be angry in order to be able to be caught in a pitfall trap, or he'll jump out of that as well. So there are some nuances to the traps that must be paid attention to. Okay, happy with the tail. And one of the things that is quite nice, though, is that the that your Palicos will not set a trap that the monster isn't susceptible to. So Nargacuga as well, I think he jumps out when he's angry, but not when he's not angry, something like that. They can go in. I have not caught enough Magnamalo to really say I haven't noticed anything, although I might have not even caught a single one. There isn't a Magnamalo quest that forces you to capture, which is usually the moment when I go for the captures. Yeah, okay. Should have jumped. Okay, that's the hat cracked. Only missing the right hand claw now. There is the claw as well. Nice. That's another Grim Claw down. Let's collect everything and then use our 2 tickets to continue the grind. Okay, I do want the shiny. I have no idea why the Slackclaw are being brave at the moment. They ought to be running away. Thank you. I had a few moments where I got tossed around a bit more. But it's Tigrex, and he does have these moments where he doesn't care about you. He's just going to be tossing you around for a minute or two. Didn't prevail him in the end, though. And we have our 2 level 5 tickets. Still have more than enough. Should be taking a look at the melding results at one point. Understandable. Rajan can be an angry rubber ball, jumping and bumping all around, but he can also drop into a quite magnificent dance and be really enjoyable to fight. I do need the sheet open for this. Hunting horn and lance both can now be upgraded. No, he never does that. Kongalala absolutely can throw shit at you, but Blangonga and Rajang do not. He's spitting electricity at you, whether they be in balls or in beams. But he is less the shit thrower. Again, that is absolutely Kongalala. And fair enough, I do tend to assume that people don't know, but yeah, you did say you have a love-hate relationship. Shouldn't have assumed. I'm sorry. And let's see, what do we have here? 4 and 5 star stuff. Oh yes, okay, we have already one very annoying monster. We have another very annoying monster. Although the drones are rather like the bird wyvern drones are rather okay. Oh, yes, okay. Malfestio is an absolute dream to fight, that is true. Oh, Tetsukabra is okay, Macau is okay. The crabs, Kutku, yeah. He can be annoying if he doesn't want to cooperate. Rathian is a great monster. Najarola cat is very annoying in my opinion. Zamterios is good. That's a bit of a mix. I do think most of them are fun, especially Naraga Kuga. My favorite monster. Lavasioth is Lavasioth. Plessy is Plessy. You mean Malfestio being one of the more fair hunts? Maybe? Do we have another single monster hunt? Gammoth indeed is quite a lovely one. Or rather, she is quite a lovely one because all of the Gammoth that we are fighting are female. Shall we? I've gotten the wish to go fight something that has so far not been mentioned yet. An electric. There are a few, like all Black Diablos are also always female, as is every white Monoblos. Mizutsune is always male. We're not fighting any of the females. They are a lot less territorial and they are a lot less inclined to venture close to humans. Rathros Rathian is the obvious pair. That is always a specific gender. It's rare, but there are a few that is the case for, and there are others where I'll be where I'm pretty sure that would be the case for, namely all of the Neonepterons. So it's clear with Celtus and Celtus Queen that we have like this couple. One is male, the other is female. That's pretty clear. But for Noxilla or Lalabarina out of Wilds, them being closely related to spiders, my guess would also be that they are all female. Especially, I forget her name. The other Neonepteron introduced in Rise. I'd need to look up her name, but there is another one where she's throwing little ones around. It's been told that they're her children, so I'm pretty sure that from that point of view we're always fighting a female, but might not only be children, but it also might be that she's throwing around her males. Much like Celtus Queen is abusing poor Celtus. And this is also another really nice monster I enjoy fighting. I don't think that Astalos is all that annoying. But then again, that is a personal opinion very much colored by my hunting style. Very much adept longsword main in GU. Very evasive, very... Okay, missed the timing out there. If I ought... Okay. It's my absolute main weapon. So much so that a lot of the grind I'm doing with the Deviants is such that I'll have more different weapons available, good weapons available, such that I can play the others as well, but I'm very much longsword main. Well, to a certain degree, I used the bow back in Freedom Unite. Haven't really taken it out ever since. Mainly because Fatalis became a lot easier also to do with the melee, with the longsword. And that basically led to to me not using the bow anymore. And with the adept style, I do not need the bow gun anymore for... Okay, bloody hell, I thought I had the timing there. Never mind. Of course. Okay, let's take a breath here. I do need to heal this up. Okay, let's resume this. For Fatalis, absolutely regular bow. Absolutely. Oh, bloody hell. Okay. And the last shiny, of course, now has disappeared. Where are you flying to? Over there, okay. I do use a PS5 controller. It's just that that layout feels the most comfortable to me. I don't enjoy the Xbox original layout so much. Bloody hell. Okay. At least Astalos did not take aim properly before coming shooting out to me. If I am playing on in handheld mode, yeah, absolutely, I'm doing that. But one of the unfortunate issues with the Joy-Cons is that they do degrade over time, and that they do drift over time. And since I don't use the Joy-Cons on the PC, which is my main platform I play my games on, I'd like another controller anyway, which then means that I can use the PS5 controller over anyways. The most important thing for if you have a controller you like, then there is nothing wrong with it. It is a lot of this is personal preference and also a lot of habit. Okay, come on. I am quite happy that he's not hyper. The extra damage hyper monsters tend to do would have probably carted me already. Okay, nice. You're lying down. We have a lot of honorable places we can hit. Entrance is my big enemy. And all of these, and well, no, that is a very good reason to make a bit of a pause. I tend not to have that problem, so I can hunt straight a lot longer, but you absolutely should be listening to your body, and if something starts hurting, taking a break is the right idea. That is nothing against... Oh, there's Garuga in the area as well. Okay. That is indeed something that you do not need to worry about using the bow guns, nor the bow, but those are basically the differences between those. Garuga, you are getting on my nerves. I did not come here for you. And if you were to leave us alone, you wouldn't get hit. Yeah, of course. Of course I'm healing directly and I'm getting kicked down. It's very much a curse of mine. Garuga is... he's tough. He has some stuff and he likes to move around, making it one of the more challenging fights, but he's a long-standing companion from Freedom Unite on. Well, from Freedom 1 actually. Okay, a timeout over failed. Okay, that is... Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, I can see it. Maybe not... I have a much more aggressive approach to fighting. Come on, you bloody wind. So, in general, okay. Indeed, My weapon of choice for fighting Fatalis in Freedom Unite only has been mentioned. Adept is a very aggressive style. The idea is basically that at least Adept Longsword is very aggressive. Any movement is... the idea is that you're staying in combat and constantly hitting the monster, so it becomes quite an aggressive style. He's going over to 5. I was expecting 8. Fair enough, that is something I still then need to learn. Why and Valor heavy bowgun? I think that's the meta idea. I'm not getting rid of Yarm, am I, Garuga? Okay, that is Astalos down. Hopefully... Okay, that works. I wanted to say hopefully he's deciding to skedaddle. Which he also does. Yeah, it's absolutely valid for heavy bowgun, as far as I know. And light bowgun, you stay safer, but you also stay aggressive with Adept. Does the insta-evade with light bowgun give you a reload, or what does it do? Because usually, like for the weapons I've played, it gives you an aggressive move afterwards. The necessary charge with a longsword, and the hammer is also quite aggressive. And Hunting Horn giving you only for yourselves, but it's giving you all of the effects possibly. So I'd be guessing that for light bowgun, it's a complete reload of your magazine. I still have a little bit longer before I really have the weapon arsenal to switch properly. How are we looking here? All fine, actually. And I didn't need him for anything. Yeah, I would have said that you have the usual run after the insta-evade. You can skip the reload. Okay. I'd need to practice that a little. Hopefully it's not going to get on my nerves, because if it does, I'm going to be switching immediately over to guild style. I am not a big fan of needing to interrupt things to be optimal. That is part of the reason why I prefer Adept Longsword over Valor Longsword. And with ranged weapons, it's very important you get a run in order to be able to reposition afterwards. You do not want to stay where attacks are incoming. Which then absolutely makes sense if you don't get it for... If you don't get it with Adept, you'd switch. Yeah, you'd rather want range with the weapon rather than standing right in front of the monster. And while I'm not sure... I hate Bullfanga. Look. I'll be bringing Roast Hog back home. It accelerates in what manner? In... Oh, bloody hell. Let's seal this up. I don't want to go run the risk of carting. Sidestep. Shots that fire when sidestepping. Okay. It does sound a little annoying to aim. And the increased fire rate is then something you have to build up to, or it won't be efficient enough. Heavy bowgun though is not something I feel like I do want to play a lot. I do understand that it is very, very strong, but I much prefer the light bowgun. I'm already not a fan of sluggish melee weapons. And heavy bowgun being sluggish with is not... It's a lot further removed from my style. I usually play... Okay, that was one crack. His yellow aura, bloody hell, reminds me of a monster being dunked. But I do know that that is not the case with him. Come on. That was quite the jump. Okay, that was only one. I'm actually quite happy for that. Second one would have fried a lot there. Okay. No chance of interrupting the combi. And that is fair. I do think that I am happy that every weapon, blah, 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 blah. I am happy that every weapon is usable. So you can pick out your favorites from all amongst them and have a lot of fun. I think that is more important than every weapon being absolutely balanced against each other weapon. Especially since it's not a a competitive multiplayer game, but it is a cooperative multiplayer game, and every weapon being able to be used, even if they are not entirely balanced, is, I don't think, a bad thing to have. Okay, that was too aggressive once again. I have the feeling that this entire time I've been too aggressive with Thunderlord. He tricked me. I thought he was throwing another slam. Okay. Actually, really quite kind of Zinogre. Basically immediately come in here. And I don't think that is something that would be in general good for the game. Like, if it were made as a time attack game, like thought like to be competitive with leaderboards and all of that, I can see a much more important argument for the weapons to be balanced in that regard, but oh, yes, I'm sorry, Fury. You are, unfortunately... I will be, unfortunately, after this quest ending stream. I'm very happy for you to come by and said hello. But... oh, that is not very nice. I do hope that the pain at least is bearable. Well, I'll be strict for the hunting horn. The hunting horn isn't intended to be a main damage weapon. It is very much intended to be a support weapon. So it being slower in a time attack fashion, I don't think is... I think that is unfortunately to be expected, and I didn't know you served, Raven. I hope you had a smooth service. Yeah, removing the wisdom teeth, no matter how necessary it might be from time to time. I know quite a lot of people who have struggled with that when they had them removed. Or for them at least, it was the teeth in front of the wisdom teeth, but I think that's a detail that is not necessarily the same for everybody. But I do hope that your pain will decline rapidly from now on, and that'll be a good story later. Pikmin Master, hello. Also for you, I am terribly sorry. So, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far, but unfortunately, this is basically the end of stream. I am sorry for that. But you still wanted to say hello. Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. And as I said, I really do hope that you and also everybody else has had a lovely Sunday. Thunderlord would be Hunting Horn and Lance. Let's hope we're not missing anything else. No, that is looking actually pretty healthy. So, 5 and 5. Which means that next weekend our opening act will probably not be Dread King, but he'll be very close afterwards. And with that, we're reaching the end of stream. So, schedule. For next week, Monday and Friday, I'll be playing more Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor. On Monday, I'll definitely be finishing up the current story. And be starting a new one. It ought to be pretty quick. I don't think I'll need more than 40 minutes to finish that. And then we'll be starting the next one, the next ending at the moment of selection. It's going a bit faster than I actually was hoping for, so I actually might go for all of the endings after all. But the next ending will definitely be Control. Then the ending where we're rejecting both sides, both demons and angels, and then Yuzu's escape. Why? Because I think it's the weakest, but it also to understand why I think it's so weak, you need the pre-knowledge from before that. So that is for that. Yeah, I think I am happy you got them. I'm happy they helped. It is unfortunate that the removal is so painful, but it is a pretty big it's a pretty big change for the mouth, and so with all of the nerve endings and everything in there, it is unfortunately not surprising that it is very painful. Oh, one thing I forgot. Monday and Friday is going to be, as usual, from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time. Then next Thursday, I'll be finishing up the Aeon campaign in Supreme Commander, be going over to the Cybran campaign, and possibly have time for a skirmish or so after that. It depends a little bit, but I don't think I have time for both the first and the second mission of the Cybran campaign, so that is then continued later. Thursday will be, as usual, from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time. Although I have been thinking about extending that for an hour down to 19 o'clock Central European time, but that remains... I'm currently not doing it mainly because I have an appointment and I do not feel I have quite enough time. I do want to try it out maybe. And then the weekend, as normal, Monster Hunter starting out with GU on both Saturday and Sunday, and both days will be from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time. So that for the schedule. Let's see if there is any good raid target. There are a few people online, not quite as many as I thought. Candy is playing... No, Fronia, sorry, is playing Clair Obscur, but I don't want to spoiler myself. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but I do not want many spoilers. Especially since it is a sort of game I do really enjoy playing. But as I said, I haven't managed to get around to it yet. Yeah, I think we'll be raiding out to Komorikujo Komo. She's currently playing Dispatch, so I hope that you're going to be enjoying her game her stream as much as you did mine. And with that, I want to thank all of you for coming in, no matter how short it might have been. It is all very much appreciated. Thank you very much for coming by. I hope you enjoyed stream. I also wish you a lovely rest of your Sunday. I hope that you can enjoy that, and until next time, I hope that you're going to have a lovely time in general, and until next time, goodbye.